All right, so I think this is our Brodix run for the heads right here. Benny Ulmer left side, who obviously had the best package in the door cars of the weekend. I believe he was 1 dead 1 earlier today. Taking on David Wright, who was 2 total himself. He was 2 dead 0 earlier today. Got himself a Fuel Factory cigar. So, you know, couple of 2-packs on the starting line right here. And we're going to see. The Brodix run for the heads winner will receive a set of SR20 heads from the great folks at Brodix. Thank you to our great friends at Brodix for doing that for us. All Dragsters, round 4. All Dragsters, round 4. We'll take you now. All Dragsters, round 4. We need you to the lanes. Dragsters, round 4. Need you to the lanes. And 12 thou. Separate them up front. Win Light Ulmer 008, 1 above 8, take 14 thou. Right 20 and 2 above, no good. So congratulations to Benny Ulmer. He has won a set of SR20 heads from the great folks at Brodix. Congratulations to both racers for making it into this little shootout. But congratulations, Benny Ulmer, on your win of the Brodix heads. And again, we need all Dragsters round 4. All Dragsters round 4 need you now. So here we go, Goodyear, round 4, the door cars. Rolling forward. Danny Peary, left side, dialed 634, and Dallas Cherry, right side. Cherry gonna be dialed in at a 593 Riggins. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. Brandon Michaels, you stop that. I can't say that. I can't say that to people. You know what kind of looks I'll be getting if I say that in front of people? My goodness. I can't say that, Brandon. How about dead even at the hit? These two drivers. Win light goes to Peary. Oh my goodness, 004, dead 9, take a thou for Danny Peary. Dallas Cherry, 004, 1 above 0, and he's got no win light. Comes up 1 thou short. Danny Peary turns on the win light. Brandon Michaels, you didn't even say anything that time, but just the emojis and knowing, I feel like I know how you laughed at that, at what I said, because I laughed at what you said. I mean, I chuckled. You heard it, I chuckled. Timmy Miller, left side, AKA Timmy Million. Dialed 610, taking on Michael Carpenter in the right. Carpenter dialed 621. I got Riggins text me about the Alabama game. That was funny, by the way. Riggins is watching the game all the way in Indiana. I'm watching the game in the announcer's booth. 14 thou red for Timmy Miller, so Carpenter gets the win. 001 and 17 thou under. Michael Carpenter turns on the win light. I'm glad I could help, Brandon. Really glad I could help. That's what I'm here to do. I mean, Brandon Michaels said I made a little boy really happy just a minute ago. So, you know, I'm glad I'm here to help. I'm glad I'm able to do those kind of things. Kurt Harrington, left side, dialed 616, and Mark Price in the right. Riggins will understand this one, but it's pricey. Dialed 573. Oh, pricey. Oh, pricey. 001 red for Mark Price. Dead 7, Kurt Harrington. 006 and a thou under was going to be tough to handle. Harrington to round number 5. David Olinger, left side, dialed 670, taking on Scott Tate, right side. Tate dialed 564. Yeah, Riggins, I hope he's mush. Oh, Brandon, I appreciate that. You're my hero, by the way. One light right here goes to David Olinger, 001, one above, 2, take 2. Ooh, 1 take 2 gets the win light. Tate, 21, and 6 thou under, cannot get there. David Olinger laying down a nasty lap to move on. Tanner Miller left side, my dog. Dialed in 652 in that beautiful Chevy 2 wagon, taking on my cousin. So, my dog, little Ricky Pennington right side, dialed 612. That's Champ right side. We got Champ, as in Stephen McCrory, but we got Champ back in Alabama too, and it's Ricky Pennington. That's our Champ. He's like a Walmart Champ compared to Stephen McCrory. Oh, 1 thou red for Ricky, and dead on 7, Miller, 16. Dead 4, 20 total. Nice lap there, gets the win light, and Ricky lighting it up 1 thou red to send Miller to the next round with no problems. John Smith left side, dialed 551, taking on Big Jed. Jared Pennington right side, dialed 599. These two, I mean, John Smith cooked for Jenny Moe earlier. And now him and Dad are going to race each other. 4th round for 500 grand. I mean, it's unbelievable. Smith is 6 thou red, so Pennington will advance. 13 at the hit. Dead 3, 16 total for Big Jed. Moving on into round number 5. As Smith, 6 red, dead 9. That was going to be a good one. Big Jed moving on. Garrett Griffith left side down 646. BJ Vangsness right side down 611. Dead even up front. Man, so many memories just rushed back into my head because of Nate. Golly, I've missed Nate. Vangsness, 12 dead 5, takes 7 thou as Griffith is 12 as well. Goes 1 above, no good. BJ Vangsness laying down a nice lap. That was a nice lap in both lanes, but Vangsness going to move on. Stay Schroeder left side, dialed 555, and Billy Lieber in the right, dialed 614. Oh, Schroeder. Oh, Billy. Oh, Billy, I thought you weren't going to let out. 15 and clicks it off to go 5 above does Billy Lieber. As Schroeder having some issues. It sounded like it didn't hit the chip until the 3rd bulb was coming on. And it didn't leave, obviously, as it was not ready to leave. Got it off the starting line, but has to shut it off way early. Is fighting the car issue. Hopefully it's nothing major and won't be a major repair or anything. Don't see anything out on the racetrack. But as far as that pair goes, Billy Lieber advances into round 5. And we will make sure everything's all right with Schroeder. And we'll get back up and running with the next couple pair and get rolling through the Goodyear, round number 4. Braden Taylor, wherever you are, No. No, I have no idea. They don't tell me these things. So I wish I could answer that for you. I really do. But no. No, I don't. I don't have any idea. My dog BT squared. Asking questions I don't know the answer to. But to be fair, I mean, that ain't what I'm most dialed in on right now, too. You know, it's just a dragster. So, Ken Sueyo left side. Man, I ain't heard that name in a while. I think I said it wrong, too. I think it's Sueyo. It might be Sueyo. It's one of the two. I forgot how to say it. It's been so long. Sueyo dialed 592, and Scott Sanders right side dialed 587. Ooh, 12th thou, separate them up front. Pretty nasty on this end. Win light Sueyo. 2 take 8. Oh my goodness. That is just, ugh. Man, 2 take 8. I mean, this is brown paper bag at the back of Blockbuster nasty right now. 2 take 8 to be 1 above 9. Turns on the win light for Ken Sueyo. Has Sanders 14. 1 above, no good. Brent Wesley Washington Jr. left side, boo-boo. Dialed 590. And Steve Helton right side, dialed 618. Just says Wesley's from Fredericksburg. Pretty sure that's Maryland. I do believe that's Maryland. But he's going to light it up 7th thou red. Helton 16 up front. And 2 above, Steve Helton to round 5. Glenn Williamson left side, dialed 676, and Scotty Albrecht right side, dialed 597. That is one beautiful S10 in the right lane. Just saying. I mean, beautiful. I ain't even looked at it up close. I walked past it in the staging lanes, but I just got a feeling it's beautiful. Scotty, I would say if you ever wanted to sell that thing, holler at me, but I ain't got enough money for that. I couldn't even buy a tire off of it. Oh, my goodness. This one's nasty, too. Oh, sorry, Scotty. I feel like I just talked you up too much and talked about how nice your stuff was, and I jinxed you. I take the blame. I'm sorry. Williamson, nice lap, though. 003 dead 7. He's 10 total. Albrecht, 4 take 10 to be 4th thou under. Had to take 6 or less. That was, oof. That was nasty. Billy Ray Varner III, left side, dialed 635. Brian Martell, right side, dialed 599. That's a beautiful Camaro. Brandon Michaels, so basically, Dad says that back in the day, when you used to have to go to Blockbuster to rent movies, they used to put, like, you know, the dirty movies back in the back of the store in a brown paper bag. Like, you know, the PG-13 stuff was in the back of a Blockbuster in a brown paper bag. So, and he relates that to like a nasty run. So I just kind of started doing it too. Oh, Varner, 4th thou red, dead 0. Martell, 55, and clicks it off early. He's going to move on. Cody Wiggins left side, my dad, dialed 552. Taking on Clifford Davidson right side, dialed 537. You know, I'm looking around at some of these door car guys, or really all the door car guys that are still in. I'm glad I'm glad that Cody Wiggins put me out of my misery last round. And he's not stopping. I mean, that's just mean. That is mean, Cody Wiggins. That is just so mean. 4 take 4 to be 3 above for Cody Wiggins. Personal foul for excessive stripe tightening. Davidson 22, 1 above 7. Tried to make it work, but couldn't quite sneak by. Cody Wiggins advances. Seth Street left side, dialed 633, and Seth Phillips right side, dialed 619. Pretty sure these two guys are pretty good friends. They're both out of Virginia. They're both named Seth, and they're both pretty good at this whole racing thing. Hey, anytime, Brandon Michaels. Anytime. Anytime. Unless I don't know what it means, then I'm no help. But I'm pretty much no help anyways. I need one of the shirts that say I'm no help on it, because that's me. pretty much. But anyways, a couple of Seths out of Virginia in silver race cars that are both pretty good at this. They both swap feet too. Seth Street kicked my butt just a few weeks ago here at a foot brake race. He made a lap somewhat similar to that. 006, 3 above 7 for Street, take 33 as Phillips. 24 and goes 5 over. Might have spun because that, he's down a little bit on mile an hour, but not a whole lot. Seth Street gets the win. Dylan Witherow left side, dial 596, and Hank Pramov right side, dial 570. You know, I've heard I'm pretty good entertainment. I don't really try that hard, I guess, sometimes. Like right now I'm trying. Can you tell? Can you tell I'm trying? Anyways, I've heard I'm pretty good entertainment just being me. And that's kind of where we're at right now. I'm just doing my thing. Suck on the racetrack, so might as well come have fun up here. Joe Gary, you're the best losing package of round 4 in the Dragsters. Joe Gary, your 26 total was the Goodyear round 4 best losing package. I think that's supposed to be round 3. No? Round 4? Okay. Joe Gary, best losing package of the Dragsters round 4. You received a gift certificate for a set of Goodyear slicks. Joe Gary, your best losing package of the Dragsters round 4. Dylan Witherow gets the win. Whoa. I don't know what just happened to me right there. 26 and clicks it off early. Hank Pramov, 2 thou red dead 8. Dylan Witherow advances. Bring up Blaine Parrish left side. Dialed 623, and Steve Dunn right side, last year's Friday 100K winner here on the mountain. Dialed 567. Jace Wanamaker, I don't know if you're watching, but roll, tide, roll, man. Roll, tide, roll. Dunn, 004 and 1 above, 9. Gets it done, Parrish, red, and shuts her down early. Stephen Dunn advances. James Holmes, left side, dialed 602, and Harold Bell on the right, dialed 542. As we roll into the Dragsters. Next pair. Dragsters rolling into the water box. And we are ready to roll with the round number 4 of the Dragsters. Still in round 4 of the door cars until this pair crosses the finish line. Then it's Dragster time. I know some of you out there are probably excited about that. Some of us are not, but that's okay. That's okay. 2 thou red for Harold Bell. Oh, he's not going to like that ticket. No, Harold, just keep on driving. Don't even stop at the ticket booth. You don't want to see it. Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse. 2 red, dead 2 for Harold Bell, as Holmes was 61 and 12 thou under, dodges a bullet, but turns on the wind light, and that's all that matters. The only light that matters is the green one at the top of your scoreboard. James Holmes advances. Hugh Meeks left side, my dog. Julio, 459 is the dial, and Daryl Wirtz right side, dialed 464. I don't personally know Daryl Wirtz that well, but Dad says he's a good guy and a cool guy, so I'm going to take his word for it. He's from Idaho. So, I mean, can't be that bad of a guy. I know the Wirtz family well enough to know, you know, they're good people. So, sure, why not? He's not quite my dog yet, but, you know, because I just don't know him on that personal level yet, like him and Dad. You know, he's Dad's dog. He's just not quite there for me yet. But he's got 9 thou to work with. He's a dog on the racetrack. Winlight Wirtz, 005, take 28 to be 1 above. As Hugh Meeks, 14, and drops out to be 3 over, no good. Daryl Wirtz advances. Hunter Patton, left side. Honey Wayne, dialed 457, taking on Steve Witherow in the right, dialed 477. Nasty on this end. Winlight Patton, 005, take 21 to be 1 above 4. As Witherow, 009 and 3 above, no good. Winlight goes to Hunter Patton. Brandon Michaels, I would disagree with that statement specifically, but overall as a person, I agree with him. You know, most of what he says I can agree with, but if he were to say that statement, I'd probably have to disagree. Corey Gallitti, left side. CG, dialed 446, taking on Kyle Hustwaite in the right, dialed 489. Oh, this one's nasty as well. 6 thou the difference at the hit. Winlight Gallitti, 3 total. 003 dead 0. Take 9 thou for Corey Gallitti. Hustwaite is 9 dead 3 and cannot win. I mean, I was upset when I lost because I was late. But if I was 9 dead 3 and lost, I don't know. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be too happy. Gallitti, 3 total, turning on the Winlight. Nice lap there in both lanes. Send CG to round next. Bring up Jack Ostrowski, left side, dialed 452, and Braden Bowden in the right. Bowden dialed 440. Bowden's on a little bit of a hot streak here recently. Believe got his first win in a 50 grander just a month and a half or so ago, maybe 2 months now. But either way. Okay, Joe Gary, you won $500 in a small fling check. So I believe, $500 to FTI and a small fling check. So yes, you were the round 3 best losing package like I thought earlier. But yes, Joe Gary, you are the round 3 best losing package, not round 4. Round 3 best losing package in the Dragsters, Joe Gary. Winlight right there goes to Jack Ostrowski. 12 dead 3 gets their first 22,000. Sorry, Braden, I jinxed you. 19, 1 above 8 does not get the Winlight. Ostrowski, 12 dead 3 gets it done. Bring up Slate Cummings in the left, dialed 444, and Jeremy York in the right, dialed 458. It is $500 cash from FTI. So we'll get it right here in a minute. You know, we're not professionals. Well, Nate is, but, you know, the rest of us are not. Hey, Dallas Cherry, you are a round number 4 best losing package. And you, the best losing package of the door car side in round number 4, so you receive a set or a certificate for a set of slicks from Goodyear. All right, Dad, I guess I'll take your shift since you want to go out there and have fun. Yeah, loser. Nate called you a loser, not me. So Dallas Cherry, round number 4, door car, best losing package. You receive a certificate for a set of slicks from the great folks at Goodyear. Brandon Michaels, I love you too. You know that. Not many better people out in the world, in the racing world, than Brandon Michaels. That's just a good dude. Brandon, if it's the Brandon Michaels, if it's the car I think you're talking about, then yes. Yes, it is. I don't know if this will make sense to you when I say it, but it should. The car used to be owned by Dean Carnes, Disco Dean. So that should, I would think that would make you understand why it says that on the side, but that's it. That's why. It's a former Dean Carnes ride. So that should tell you all you need to know. Yes, Zachary Besaw, somebody has about 15 minutes ago, 15 to 20 minutes ago, somebody did. As much as I'd love for the people in the chat bleachers and anybody that can hear my voice know your question, I'm not comfortable saying that. Looks like we got a little bit of a cleanup left side. I've been rambling on and on. Nobody's stopped me for any reason, so I mean, I guess what we got going here is working. So it looks like problems in Slate Cummings lane. Hopefully it's nothing too major. It looks like waiting this out for a minute. Try and see what we're working with here. I'm sure you do, Brandon. I don't know who could not like one, if we're being honest. I mean, I don't see where anybody would dislike it. If you really sat and thought about it. Like I said, I may suck out there on the racetrack, but everybody listening in is really, really making this fun for me right now. Winlight Slate Cummings, 20 dead 5, takes 7 thou. Jeremy York, 16, one above 6. Comes up 7 thou short. Slate Cummings in the round number next. Bailey Ferraro, left side, dialed 444, taking on Ryan Stifler in the right, dialed 470. I mean, really, I'm having a blast right now. Sure. I can't drive a race car. I ain't no good at it. But, everything else is fun. So far, anyways. Ain't had anything not fun yet, I guess, other than not being able to drive a race car. I'm telling the chat bleachers and everybody else out here at the track, how fun this is, how fun they're making this for me. 7 thou, separate them up front. One light goes to Ferraro, 15 dead 3, gets there 16 thou in front. Stifler 008 and drops anchor to go 2 over, no good. Bailey Ferraro moves on. Tanya Pruitt left side, dialed 459, taking on Mike Coltrane in the right, dialed 448. Tanya, I know you can't hear me right now, but maybe this certain person is watching. You got a family member that was with you last weekend at Montgomery. He knows who he is. He was mean to me on the racetrack, and I don't like it. So I just figured, somebody needed to hear that. Somebody in the Pruitt family needed to know that. You know, I don't know if you're going to go back and listen to this, or if, like I said, if this certain person is watching right now. But yeah, that's just what I'm feeling right now, and it's been on my mind for the last few days. So really about the last week. So
It's therapeutic. It's therapeutic.
It's therapeutic. Yeah, I've heard that it's therapeutic to just let everybody know. 9th hour red for Mike Coltrane. Pruitt, 5 dead, 4, 9 total. Ooh, Tanya Pruitt.
You could also write him a letter.
I could write him a letter and just don't send it. Just write it out. Just okay. Yeah, I have heard about that. I've never done it, so I don't know really how well or how bad it works.
Neither have I. I've always been the dumb person who runs my mouth.
Oh yeah. Tanya Pruitt moves on. Shane Maddox left side, dialed 445, and Lester Atkins in the right, dialed 447. Brandon Michaels, I really appreciate the kind words. You're really just buttering me up. I mean, you're making me feel all good and stuff. I don't even know what to say. I mean, you should see the smile on my face right now. I'm speechless. You got me speechless, Brandon Michaels. Speechless, I tell you. Yeah, Riggins, this is unreal. I can't believe it. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. 9th hour, separate them up front. Win, light 2, Atkins 15, 1 above 4, take 14. As Maddox 24, 1 above 9, no good. Lester Atkins gets the win light. Turbo Timmy left side, Tim Markaglew dialed 445, and Jamie Bridge in the right dialed 489. Fifth hour red for Turbo Timmy. Bridge is 32, dead 8. Going to turn on the win light. Markaglew was also dead 8, but 5th hour red. Jamie Bridge moves on. At this time, door cars, round 5 will take you now. Door cars for round 5, we will take you to the lanes now. The Hoosier round. Door cars for Hoosier round 5, we will take you to the lanes. Door cars for the Hoosier round, we'll take you now. Door cars for the Hoosier round, we will take you now. Brandon Michaels, you need to stop. Somebody needs to cut you off. I don't know what you're doing, but somebody needs to cut you off. I mean, you are on fire tonight. You know that? I mean on fire. Kevin Bennett, left-hand side, dialed 475, and Jackson Waters, right side, dialed 501. $13th hour red for Bennett. Waters 15. And a hunt under. I had a little voice crack there. Oh, Nate got the giggle box going right there. Jackson Waters to round 5. Paul Mosley, left-hand side. Paul's transmission entry dialed 475, and CJ Tapp, right side, dialed 507. I've been at the same racetrack. These two guys are from South Carolina, and I've been at the same racetrack as them twice this year. In South Carolina. What was I doing in South Carolina? I don't know. But I was there. It wasn't racing. I mean, I was in a race car, but I wouldn't call what I was doing racing. No, I'm just kidding. I went up to Greer Dragway. Kevin Brandon had me out, and me and Britt Sinclair, boy, that was a trip. No, really, it was a great time at Greer Dragway. One of the best racing surfaces I've ever been on. Now, that's not saying much because I race in Alabama, but the point is that it's a really smooth racing surface. You probably wouldn't think that when you rolled up on it because you wouldn't think there's a racetrack there to begin with, but it is. It really is a nice track. Mosley, 13, dead 9, gets it done. CJ Tapp, 32, dead 6. Lighted up dead on, but was a little bit behind at the hit. Paul Mosley advances. Michael Pascal, left side, dialed 453, and Nathan Martin, right side, dialed 475. Yes, Zachary Besaw. Brandon Michaels has had a few too many grape sodas this evening. Somebody needs to cut him off on the grape sodas. What kind of grape soda are we talking here? Like, are we talking Grape-Eco or... I mean, I know y'all are from up north, so y'all probably don't even drink Grape-Eco. Probably ain't never heard of Grape-Eco. But, I mean, if we're talking Grape-Ecos, like, I could understand how a guy could have a few too many of them. 8 thou separate them. Win light. Martin. Nate Dogg. 10 dead. 2 take 8 thou as Pascal. 002. 1 above 8. Not a bad lap. Comes up 8 thou short. Nathan Martin to round 5. Cameron Manuel left side. Dialed 446. Taking on Donnie Burleson on the right. Donnie B. Dialed 454. One thou separate them up front. This one's nasty. Win light going to go to Manuel. 10. Lights it up dead 9 to take 4 thou. Burleson 9. 1 above 4. No good. Cameron Manuel gets the win on a good drag race. McKenna Brown left side. Dialed 461. Josh McDaniel on the right. Dialed 460. Trish Witt, it sounds like he is out of control. I mean, he is something else tonight. And Brandon, I don't really know what that means. So I don't know that I want to say that. I'm a little nervous. If you want me to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure what that means. So I think I'm going to hold off. But yes, Trish Witt, it seems like he is off the chain tonight. I mean, way off the chain. Like, he's nowhere near the chain. Yeah, I figured Zachary Besaw. The Grape Fanta. Yeah, how did I know that would be, you'd never heard of a Grape-Eco? I mean, Grape-Eco is really good. I think you should try it. I think you should come down south and try it one time. Change your life. Josh McDaniel, 005 and a thou under, gets it done. McKenna Brown, 22 thou red and 3 thou under. McDaniel advances. I'm getting off subject. Jake Clayton left side. Too easy. Dialed 469. Taking on Teddy Atkins in the right. Dialed 501. Oh, Atkins is 3 thou red. Jake, you my dog, but oh my goodness, Jake. Jake, we got to tighten that up, bud. I love you, big dog, but 74 and 4 thou under for Jake. Hey, I'd expect him to say it if it was me on the other end, so I'll say it for him. Like I said, Jake's my dog. I like Jake. He's getting a win light. That's all we care about. Glenn Ferguson left side. Junior, that is, dialed 466, and Josh Cancelar on the right, dialed 462. You got it, Zachary Besaw. That's a deal. One thou red for Cancelar and clicks it off. Ferguson 36 dead 6. We'll move on. Stevie Dustin's in Wyoming and told me he doesn't know how he's had service all day, but he's been watching. What are you doing in Wyoming is all I know to say. I mean, that's the better question. The question's not how have you had service, it's what are you doing in Wyoming? That's a long ways away from where you reside, isn't it, sir? Vinny Domino left side and John Taylor Jr. in the right. Domino dialed 445, Taylor dialed 476. $19,000 separate them up front. Win light Taylor 10, 2 above 6 take 13,000. Domino 29 and 2 above, no good. John Taylor Jr. to round 5. Steve Law in the left. The Law Chevrolet entry dialed 469 and Josh Baker in the right dialed 452. $1,000 red for Josh Baker. Steve Law moves on. Oh, whoa. 17 up front, 1 above 4 to be 31 total. Baker, $1,000 red, dead 0. Ouch. Steve Law moves on. Corey Manuel left side, dialed 476, and Christopher Garrett right side, dialed 438. $5,000 red for Garrett. So Manuel gets the win. 003 dead 9. 12 total moves him into round number 5 via the red light from Garrett. Bring up Joey Harrison left side, dialed 467, and Joel Hubbard the third right side, dialed 453. Nasty. 1,000 separate them up front. Win light to Harrison. My goodness. 007 dead 0 for Joey Harrison. Gets there 11,000. Hubbard 006 dead on with a 12. Doesn't get it done. Joey Harrison gets the win light. I stole Dad's line. Hope he don't care. Brandon Lane left side, dialed 452, and Todd Stevens in the right, dialed 466. In a realistic sense, Brandon Michaels, that's a much better excuse than the one they give. $13,000 separate them up front. One light lane, 31, one above, gets there $13,000. Stevens 18 up front, had 13 to work with, but puts it 4 over, no good. Brandon Lane to round 5. That'll bring up Brandon Taylor. BT left side dialed 480, taking on Kevin Burkett. Right side dialed 481. So I believe BT is on the bye this round. But really all he cares about is getting the win light anyways. 8,000 separate them up front. Win light Taylor, 12 take 8 to be dead on 4. He's 16 total. Burkett was 20, also dead 4. Was behind 8,000 with the hit. Taylor 16 total to Burkett's 23. And that was all she wrote, BT, to round number 5. So again, door cars. You should be in the lanes for Hoosier Racing Tire round 5. Door cars should be in the lanes for round 5. And with that, here to take you through round number 5, none other than the man, the myth, the legend,
Your dad's still racing.
Nate Hershey.
Well, thank you very much, JJ. Back to you. No, that's right. We are getting ready to roll into round number 5. It is going to be the Hoosier round number 5. We're going to figure out our best losing package on the Dragster side for those good years. The banners have already been switched out between the water box. They're telling us we've got a couple of minutes worth of track prep before we continue to roll through. RAD Torque Systems 15th anniversary Fall Fling 500K. Presented by OPTIMA Batteries, is in full swing. Making our way into round number 5, and it is getting more and more exciting out there each time these cars go down the racetrack. We got kind of through that afternoon slump. Packages are starting to tighten up, and everybody knows that each time they roll up into the staging lanes right now, it is going to be more and more challenging. But for those that are still in, the good majority of them that have been here before, they know what it means to be racing in the late rounds at a race like this, at a race of this caliber, at a race where there is this much on the line. And it's not the first time that we've done it here in Bristol. 5 years ago, we had our first 500K. 5 years later, we are back at it again. And regardless of what the weather threw at us a little bit earlier, kind of like what they're saying, it started off a little rough, but we are going to finish strong, and the racing is going to get nothing but tougher and tougher and tougher as we make our way down towards the last man standing on a Moser Engineering $500,000 to win Saturday. Tell you what, we've got, what, still holding strong? Actually grown a little bit. 1,800 plus people are watching online right now. And we've still got several rounds to go. Judson, need more flat screens? Too much to watch tonight? There is a lot going on. Definitely a lot going on. And this happens to be just one of the great events. I don't know what was getting JJ more excited. Now, granted, he came back after that last round and was not exactly the world's most excited person, right? He wasn't exactly one of those things where he was thrilled at what had happened. But although I do not have kind of really strong feelings towards some of the football teams that are down here in the southeastern part of the United States, JJ does. Tonight's game was a big one, and it is going the way that JJ wanted it to. So I don't know if it was kind of like the text messages he was getting while he was announcing, or watching Alabama do what they're doing right now to Georgia that's causing the bigger grin on his face. He's excited about all of it, which is good. Which is good. So as long as Alabama keeps doing what they're doing, JJ will remain pretty happy. JJ will remain pretty happy. Jamie, the car count for the day, 419 cars started in round number 1. And Judson, you want to hear that? Be like, tonight, coming to you live from BDTN. That's Bristol Dragway, Tennessee. We're getting into the smooth jazz hour. Starting things off a little saxophone. Actually, what was that guy's name that played the trumpet? No. I love Louis Armstrong, but I'm talking about there was like some smooth jazz guy in the 70s that made it onto the pop charts, and he had that song. It was like, I don't know. I don't even remember. I know the guy. Eventually I'll think of his name, but we won't do that. Again, tractors are out there right now. And as we are getting down into the big rounds, man, again, thank you very much to the folks at Advanced Product Design. Carburetors, APD folks on board as part of one of our day sponsors for what would have been one of our $50,000 races. The combined ATI Performance Products and JEGS $100,000 race will be finished up tomorrow. So yes, Gene, to answer the question, tomorrow, yesterday's race will be finishing up tomorrow. Right now we are focusing, there we go, thank you, Mr. Elliott, Chuck Mangione. That was exactly the guy I was thinking of. That was the guy I was thinking of. But Moser Engineering Friday, that is our 100, it's now Moser Engineering Saturday. That is our 100% focus right now. The door cars are rolling out into the water box. Was Chuck Mangione out of New York, Rochester? Dude, I dig that guy. I dig what he did with a trumpet. That was pretty cool. Ryan Gleghorn, he obviously has a lot of love for Alabama. He chimes in with a little Roll Tide. Steve Riggins is saying all of the above. Man, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So we've got our door cars rolling into the water box. We are going to get things started off with Billy Lieber and Kurt Harrington. The Chevy twice, dialed in at 615. Kurt Harrington in the Chevette, dialed in at 616. One hun is the difference between the two. A 5th round win bumps the money up from $1,500 to $2,250. That's a cha-ching moment. That is certainly a cha-ching moment. We're in, set, 4 bulbs lit on the top of the tree. It drops and 0.003 of a second, the difference in reaction time between Kurt and Billy Lieber. Scoreboard lights up for Lieber. 6:16 on a 6:15. Lieber was 17 on the tree. Kurt Harrington was 6:16 for a dial and 14 on the tree. Lieber 1 above the dial, Harrington 2 above the dial. Win light by 2.5 thousandths of a second. Goes to Lieber, and yes, I am familiar with Herb Albert and Tijuana Brass, but it was Chuck Mangione, the guy that I was thinking of. Herb Albert was pretty fun too. He did what, that girl from Ipanema? Daniel Peary and Michael Carpenter. Carpenter over the right side, 621 dial. Daniel Peary in the door truck, dialed in at 634. Head start goes to the left side. And then Michael Carpenter out of St. Petersburg, Florida, will turn it loose and see if he can get the little station wagon down to the wind light. He gets the wind light immediately. Daniel Peary and Michael Carpenter were both for thou on opposite sides of the Christmas tree. Carpenter, 004 green, goes 622 on a 621, gets the wind light. Daniel Peary was 004 red and then ends up running dead on 8 down to the finish line. Peary bows out here in round number 5. Michael Carpenter moves on, and that is going to bring up Dylan Witherow, the truck out of Summerduck, and Jared Pennington, Big Jed, trying to take Big Red one round deeper for $500,000. $599 is the number that Jared has pretty much tattooed on his forehead. I don't think he's been off that all day long. Dylan Witherow with a 598 over on the left side. A 1-hun split. Tree drops. 13 thou separate him in reaction time. Big Jed's got a little work to do, and he'll get her done. Get her done, son. 15 dead on 9 for Big Jed. Comes down to a 9 thou stripe. Jared moving on to round number 6. Dylan Witherow had the bulb. He was 002. Ends up 3-hun above, 601 on a 598, and Big Jed sneaks through to get into round number 6. That was one of those squeakers. He squeaked. There was so little stripe available up there. Witherow bows out. Jed moves on as Tanner Miller and Brian Martell. Brian has found his way into the winner's circle here before, looking to try and do it again. Got to light up another one here in Hoosier round number 5. Tanner Miller out of Salisbury, North Carolina. That just got me thinking, man. I want some Salisbury steak. 3 thou separated him at this end of the racetrack. Double breakout was the name of the game down at the finish line, and it's going to belong to Brian Martell. Brian Martell, 15 green, 598 on a 597. Gets there second to be 3 thou under. Tanner Miller got there first by, well, a lot. It was just a little bit weird. A little bit weird. That looked odd. Something happened. Looking at the timing system, Tanner Miller's numbers just not quite right. They are going to reevaluate that. We'll let you know what they get figured out as Glenn Williamson ends up 003 red and then runs 673 on a 676. Steve Helton 618 on a 620, but the pair before that is definitely under review. We are going to go to the replay booth, take a look and see what had happened, but I got a feeling that those of you who are watching along are going to be absolutely right, because I think that's the thought that I'm having. But that just didn't, something wrong. Something didn't look right. So they're going to get that checked out. And as soon as we do that, we'll get the official word. I think we all kind of know what the official word is going to do. But we'll make it official here momentarily. We'll make it officially official once we are officially delivered the decision.
Once it's officially official, that we officially know it's official?
Yes. Once we have been officially notified that it's official. After a sufficient review. All right, so yep, it is officially official. We are going to have a rerun. Tanner Miller's going to get another shot at it, and we'll see if he can try to set a track record again. But it is official. We will have a rerun because something was just not quite right on a car that was dialed 650s and runs 450s. It just wasn't quite there. So we are going to go ahead and bring those two back. We will get them an opportunity to take a second swing at it, make sure that everything is done in a manner that is appropriate, fair, and deserving of an occasion like this. Hey racers, your attention to the pits, please. Your attention to the pits. Kevin Burnett has got a drum of alcohol that he is no longer going to be needing. No, it is not an oak barrel. it is a drum of alcohol. He is between poles 6 and 7. If you are in need of alcohol, the kind you race with, go down there and find Kevin Burnett. And he will probably be willing to make you a nice little deal on it. Something fair and equitable for both parties. But, yep. So make sure that you get down there and get to see Kevin Burnett. If you are looking for a little bit of alcohol to race with, he's got a drum of it that he is looking to offload before this week comes to a close. Next pair, Seth Street and BJV. Magnus, right side of the racetrack, dialed in with a 6.11. Going up against the 633 dial of Seth Street. The trucks are abundant here at the 500K. And we'll continue to light up scoreboards. Seth, 637 on a 633. BJ ends up with a 610 on a 611. 38 green. Take 31 thou at the stripe to break out by 9 thousandths of a second. Seth Street 4 above. Getting the win light after the 017 reaction time. Street moves on as Ken Swio and Steve Dunn. Dunn, again, among the long list of competitors that have parked their car in the winner's circle here at Bristol at a fling, dialed in at 568. Ken Swio, one of those big money bracket race winners from down in Tucson when he was running at the Southwest Showdown that Chris Forsyth puts together. Swio's got 593 on the board. He goes 594. 1 thou was the difference in reaction time between Dunn and Swio. Neither were stellar, but Ken Swio picks up the win light. 44 and 1 above to Steve Dunn's 43 and 1 thou under. Steve Dunn take 12 thou at the stripe, needed to take 11 or less as Cody Wiggins and James Holmes. Holmes dialed in 6 flat. Cody Wiggins dialed in with a 553 as the El Camino will be the first one to find his way into the stage beams. So 4,700's the difference in the dial as the El Camino staged up, set, and ready. James Holmes rolls in, lights up that second bulb atop the Christmas tree, and away we go. 3 thousandths of a second is all there is between them on the starting line, and 6:00 to a 5:53. Cody Wiggins is dead 4. James Holmes is dead 2. Holmes was 14 dead 2 to be 16 total. Wiggins was 17 dead 4. And comes up 5 thousandths of a second short of a trip to round number 6. Win light here in the Hoosier round goes to James Holmes, as that'll bring up David Olinger in the Barracuda. That Barracuda has been wicked all day long. 670 is the dial for Olinger, who gets to take the solo shot and slingshot himself into round number 6. Ends up jumping the gun by 3 thousandths of a second, but the win light is on, looking for 6.70, goes 6.709. So with a 6.709, after leaving about 3 thou early, win light goes to Olinger. That is going to wrap up, I believe, door cars round number 5. We'll be getting ready to go here momentarily with our next set of cars, but as for the moment, we're going to hold off just a minute. Yes, Stephen, as we were saying earlier, that whole Salisbury thing got me thinking that, man, I haven't had a Salisbury steak in, I don't know, forever. JJ, you ever had a TV dinner, man?
I have not.
Oh.
But that's because TV dinners
TV dinners didn't contain like chicken nuggets?
No. Unless they weren't no good. I used to eat Lunchables.
There you go.
Yeah, I was a Lunchables guy.
Lunchables were good.
Back in the day.
So we are getting down to that point of the night where with fewer and fewer cars, it is going to take a little bit longer to get everybody back into the staging lanes. And with as much money as there is on the line tonight, we are certainly not looking to rush anybody. So we're going to give them the time that they need. And yes, Stephen, you did. You had to wait for the oven to preheat for like a half hour. But I still think those were the best ones. The ones that you actually cooked in the oven, those were the best. You tried to do them in the microwave, the chicken was already like rubbery, and it was just kind of, I don't know, wasn't good. Just wasn't good. All right, so in a weekend that has been full of, like, you know, pivot and shucking and jiving based on what the weather has done, we still have a Computech dead-on dialer drawing that we're going to do. For the racers who were dead on zero up to this point, their names have been put in a cup, and we are going to draw 4 names out of this cup. Lella's kind of coaching me through this as we go because, you know, we got to do what we got to do. But again, Computech and the folks, they put up that Race Air Cloud weather station valued at like $1,300. It's got wind, it's got texting, it's got all of the stuff that this weekend that Computech weather station would have been like going nuts. It would have been going berserk. But somebody is going to walk out of here with a $1,300 weather station. And given the fact that it's going to be a $1,300 weather station, you said we're drawing 4 names out of the cup. The first one is for the weather station, and then the next 3 are going to be for $100 gift certificates. Wow. So first name out is going to get $1,300 worth of Computech Race Air Cloud weather station. Lella is pulling the name out of the cup, and the name, Josh Owens. Josh Owens, for being one of our dead-on dialers here over the last day or so, you have just won yourself a Computech Race Air Cloud weather station. It's got wind, it's got texting, it's valued at $1,300. You can come up here and see the Divas, and we'll get you hooked up with your weather station. The next 3 names out are all going to get a $100 gift certificate. Name number 1, how about G-Money, Gabe Torres? Gabe Torres, you have got yourself a $100 gift certificate. Along with Gabe, Michael Pascal, you have got a $100 gift certificate coming to you. So Gabe Torres, Michael Pascal, last name out of the cup to get a $100 gift certificate. How about Travis Colangelo? Travis, Michael, and Gabe, all going to get $100. So for all of our like dead-on dialers, congratulations to you, and that's pretty cool. So giving away that $1,300 weather station again. Have to. Lella has been busy. She has been trying to make sure that all $62,000 worth of racer appreciation prizes are going out the door as we're starting to bring our rerun back into the lanes. We're bringing dragsters into the staging lanes. So dragsters round number 5. We've got you kind of rolling in this direction as well. And we've got the camera back behind the tower that's keeping an eye on things as we will get a chance to see a little bit behind the scenes. We got tractors out on the racetrack. And yes, tell you what, watching what's happening here on the track, over here in a little bit of JJ watching his live feed of what's happening. Where are they at again? Alabama, down in Tuscaloosa. This is a bloodbath. I don't think it's what anybody expected. But that there is one of those things that, yeah, I'd have to agree. If you take too many penalties, but I think they've got an okay amount of cushion, at least for now. At least for now. You'd be happier if the cushion was bigger? Yeah. You want kind of that high quality mattress with like the 6-inch pillow top? Yeah. I got you. I got you. Yeah. That would be a good thing to have. It is. Don't be greedy. Oh, man. So we've taken care of our Computech Best Dialer Award. We've been handing things out of the treasure chest. Again, thank you so much to the folks at like OPTIMA Batteries, Crew Chief Pro, Moser, gave away the water pump, gave away the starter. Thank you so much. The team at Moser Enterprises down there in California putting together some of the best quality water pumps and starters out there. ATI Performance Products, Larice Motorsports Insurance, again, giving out the round number 1 Best Package Award, as well as sponsors of our Racer Appreciation Party. We appreciate that. Strange Engineering, round number 1 sponsor, as well as giving out all kinds of gift certificates. We had coffee and donuts. Thanks to the folks at Function. We appreciate that each and every morning. I mean, still giving out those Kyle Seipel 000 Hero coins, but man, Brodix, the best package runoff, Autometer, AAA Stormwater Management, giving away $1,000 worth of cash each day for like perfect Trip Zip awards. Mickey Thompson, Hoosier, Goodyear, FTI, Biondo, Strange. Events like this do not happen without those kinds of fantastic partners. And of course, Jegs and Mickey Thompson sponsoring the live feed. RAD Torque Systems coming on board as the title sponsor. OPTIMA Batteries, who's been there like forever and a day since we started this whole thing. Just appreciate them. And of course, we're talking about APD, ATI, Moser, and Jegs, your day sponsors for each of these events. The partnerships that have been formed with those folks. Thanks to Premier Moving for putting on the Fling Family Fun Zone. Altronics throwing in some gift certificates as well. Fuel Factory for funding the $10,000 points championship. And we really need to start thinking about celebratory moments, because when Fuel Factory was up here earlier, they stacked us up with cigars. Did you already take the 2 that were here and move them back over into line? Fair enough. Fair enough.
It hurt me.
I understand. But it was a growth moment. It was a, hey now. Bean Station, Tennessee. Checking in online. Question is, you're so close to here. Why not just swing by? Just, you know. At least I think it's, well, it's closer than I am normally.
Bean Station?
Bean Station, Tennessee.
A whole lot closer than
Vegas.
It's a whole lot closer than me.
Whole lot closer.
Whole lot.
Yep.
A lot, in case you was wondering.
Yeah, a whole lot.
Yeah, a whole lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a big number. I don't know what number classifies.
As whole.
Yeah, I don't know what number is the thresh line.
Yeah.
Whole lot.
I notice we've been missing in action. Teddy, where are the free cigars? They're not free. You got to do something like worth celebrating to get one of the celebratory cigars. Right? The folks at Fuel Factory handed out a whole handful of them. We gave away a bunch of them already, and as soon as we gave them away, the Tedescos came up here with a bunch more and said, here, if we're having that many celebratory moments, we're gonna toss out the cigar. We'll definitely keep a few of them for the winner's circle tonight. Go down there and hand them out like we just had a baby. Because whoever wins tonight is pretty much going to be like the equivalent of they just had a baby in the form of $500,000. That's a beautiful baby. $500,000 would be a beautiful baby. Wow. I just looked at one of the names that popped up in the chat bleachers, Anastasios. That is a mouthful. I don't even know how you would begin to say that. We got our rerun on the starting line. I mean, Anastasios K. I'm going to stop there. Brian Martell, Tanner Miller ended up having to be a rerun because Tanner Miller had rolled up, dialed in at like 650 something and ended up running 450 something in a world record setting effort. Brian Martell dialed 599. Tanner Miller dialed 652. Down to the finish line we go, and Brian Martell 007 and dead on 2. Margin at the stripe was 7/10,000ths of a second. Tanner Miller ends up breaking it out, 650 on a 652. He was pretty much out of competition with an 026 reaction time. Martell 9 total. Martell moving on to round number 6. We're getting into Dragster's round number 5. Steve Riggins is helping out, says just call him, what is that, Tasso? Like taco? Man, I'm just saying that is a lot. Oh, Mr. Zapp, it's good to have you listening in as well. Miss you guys. Miss you guys. But it's good. Bailey Ferraro and Jackson Waters are going to be our first two rolling up in Dragster's round number 5. The Hoosier Tire round. 502 is the number on the scoreboard for Jackson Waters out of Charlton, Massachusetts. And then a 444 for the Galesburg, Michigan-based ride of Bailey Ferraro. Bailey's going to be waiting for a couple of minutes. Maybe not minutes, but he's going to wait. At least for a little bit. As Jackson Waters gets the head start. Red light for Bailey Ferraro by 0.03 of a second. Then goes 443 with a 5 on the 444. Jackson Waters 004 500 on a 502. Wind light was on. He legged her through. Ends up a couple of hun under the dial as Honey Wayne, Hunter Patton, Honey Wayne, Mr. Hunter Patton, understands very well what it's like to be getting down into these smaller numbers when we're racing for $500,000 here in Bristol because, well, 5 years ago he did just that. Jamie Bridge dialed in at 490. Is that Napanee? It's north. Up in Canada. So a 457 for Patton, 490 for Bridge. 12 thou separate them in reaction time, and the win light is going to turn on for Patton. 12 thou was the difference at this end. Hunter was 20 and dead on 7. Jamie Bridge was 32 and dead on 3. All of the numbers come together. You do the math. Comes down to an 8 thou stripe. Win light goes to Honeywayne. As Cody Wiggins has the best losing package for the door cars in the Hoosier Racing Tire round number 5. So Cody, you're going to get yourself a set of Hoosier Racing tires. You get that certificate for that set of slicks. I know it doesn't replace what a win light would do, but hopefully it lessens the sting just a little bit. So I certainly hope that a nice little set of Hoosiers makes things a little bit better for you, as Cameron Manuel and Josh McDaniel going to be next up. 460 to a 446. Josh dialed right side 460. Cram dialed 446 over the left lane. Oh no. You picked a bad time. Oh. Josh. In round number 5, Cram gets an 11 light and goes 447 on a 446. 11 and 1 above, lights up the scoreboard left lane. Josh McDaniel missed it at this end of the racetrack. Had a 40 light and then runs down to go dead on 0. I mean, it's one thing to be red and dead on. It's another thing to be red and dead 0. Josh is going to be thinking about that for a long time. 474. Sits on the bottom side of the Ballard Health scoreboard for Paul Mosley, coming in out of Inman, South Carolina, and Nathan Martin racing out of Kendall, Texas. Driving Willie Flores' car. Lines it up right side. 7 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light turns on for Paul Mosley. Mosley was 13, dead 6, gets the win line. Nathan Martin was 006, take 14 thou at the stripe and needed to take 13 thou or less. Breaks out by 1 thousandth of a second and hands the win light back over to Paul Mosley. Mosley on to round number 6. Martin close, but no cigar. I guess that is one of those terms that is actually going to apply tonight if we're going to be handing out cigars in the winner's circle. Close but no cigar. We're going to hold on to a few of those. I mean, if you're a winner, that's definitely, if you win tonight, that is like totally deserving of a celebratory moment. 452, Jack Ostrowski. 476, John Taylor. John Taylor goes 475.5 after no 37 reaction time. He was 17 or 27 thousandths of a second in the hole. Leaving this end of the racetrack, Ostrowski 10 and 1 above to be 20 total. John Taylor was 37 on the tree and just kind of in the way as he made his way down the racetrack as Tanya Pruitt, Daryl Wirtz. Going to be next up, Tanya. Rolling up here with a 460 on the scoreboard. Making a little noise coming out of the water box on the left side, and Daryl Wirtz out of Meridian, Idaho. 464. The dial-in showing up on the right side. In, set, and go. 1 thousandth of a second, the difference in reaction time. Scoreboard lights up for Tanya Pruitt. She throws an egg at it, 18 dead 0. Going down that left side of the racetrack, Daryl Wirtz was 19 green, takes 16 thou at the stripe to go 462 on a 464. No good for the racer out of Idaho. Pruitt moves on as Lester Atkins and Slate Cummings. Rolling up now. Slate dialed 444. Lester dialed in at 447. So a Slate rolling up left side out of Hammond, Louisiana. Lester Atkins coming in out of Corydon, Kentucky. Head start will belong to the right side. $3,000 the difference in reaction time. Wind light turns on for Atkins. 28 dead 9 for Lester, taking a 4,000 stripe to light up the board. Slate Cummings 25 and 1 above to fall out here in round number 5. Slate calls it a night. Lester heads back into the pits to get it turned around one more time as Jake Clayton and BT Brandon Taylor. Taylor out of Roanoke. Did you say that whole town? $17,000 separate them, and one of them was perfect. Jake Clayton, trip, zip, 1 above. Gets himself a win light and a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin. So with a 468 on a 467 after being perfect in reaction time, Brandon Taylor was 17 green. And then goes 481 on the 479 as Glenn Ferguson and Corey Manuel Corey dialed 478. Ferguson dialed 467. Red light start is going to park Glenn Ferguson. He goes red and dead on. Red and dead on to 467 on a 467, but 005 is the number that will stick in his memory. Corey Manuel was, 006 red is the number that'll stick in his memory. Corey Manuel was 005 on the green side, runs 475 on a 478. With those green LEDs illuminated on top of the Super Grip board. You get to see that right away as you leave the starting line. Steve Law, Brandon Lane. The Law Chevrolet folks left side dialed 470. Brandon Lane dialed in quicker than that with a 452. So an 1800 split as far as the dials coming into play. As it's going to get a little bit more deliberate, I think. I'm going to try to be a little bit more careful as far as how they stage them up. Knowing that the deeper that you go into competition, not only does the check get bigger, the stakes get higher. Steak. Yummy steak. Red light start for Law by 0.07 of a second. How about back-to-back red and dead on with a 2. Last 2 cars left a little bit early and then ended up dead on 2. Down that left side of the racetrack, Brandon Lane was 14 green, 451 on a 452. And we'll be moving on to round number 6. It looks like our last couple going to be Corey Galitti and Joey Harrison. Harrison on the right side. 467 on the board for the Maryland-based car, and Corey Galitti as absolutely, James, the intensity is picking up. The staging is taking a little bit longer. Think, man, I got to be in just the right spot. Oh. It's a 28 thou split in reaction time. Corey Gallitti gets handed a little over 2.5 hun on the starting line. Corey Gallitti goes 448 on a 446 to light up the board after being 002 at this end of the racetrack. So Gallitti's 002. Joey Harrison had an 030 light and then goes 468 on the 467. Corey Gallitti picking up the win to wrap up Hoosier Tire round number 5. We still got 2,000 people watching online. Again, thank you, Jags. Thank you, Mickey Thompson. And thank you, Warren, and your entire team for the job that you have been doing over the last couple of days. I know that we would much rather have been carrying a live stream for the last 3 or 4 days straight. But I'm telling you, the job that was done last night for the first couple of rounds of the 100 grander, and then the job that has been done today, second to none, sir. Second to none. I think at some point you need to kind of do that whole thing that they do like at the end of a football game where you go around and at least show the pictures or have the camera guy say, hey, here's this guy, here's that guy, here's this guy. You got to show off those folks that have been running the cameras and helping you out with all of the coverage, because that was, let's just say it's been really fun. It's been really fun with the different camera angles. No, Barry, we do not have that yet. Haven't made that decision yet. But Jamie Bridge, again, condolences, but congratulations, Jamie. Best losing package on the Dragster side, gets a set of Hoosier racing tires. You get a certificate for a set of slicks. And I think if you ask Jed or JJ, they would tell you that them's pretty good tires. They're pretty happy. They're pretty happy with the performance that they get out of those. And I think you will probably be pretty happy with the performance you get out of those as well. I mean, I think in today's day and age with, you know, kind of the technology that is going into all, it's way above my head. Way, way above my head. But having all 3 of the major tire manufacturers on here for each round, it's one of those, if you've got a preference towards one or the other, you can probably get with somebody. If they ended up, you know, best losing package in round number 4 and got the Goodyears, and you like those, and you ended up best losing package in round number 5 and you got the Hoosiers and they like those, I think you probably work out an even swap. Be like, hey, I like that, you like that. I think it might work out. But we do not have a ton of cars left. I think we're coming back with what, about, let me see, what, about 20 cars left? 20 is 10 is 5. Is 3 is 2. It's just weird math. If you don't, you know, if you're not looking at that, people go, 20 is 10 is 5. What are you talking about? You're like, how is 5 3? Is that the new math that they're teaching in school? Is that what they're doing now? I don't know. It's one of those things, but it is what it is. So we're going to have more racing action coming your way very, very soon. We are just taking a look at a few things. And yes, George, that is one of those type things. I appreciate that. Steve Riggins. He's kind of like the, you know, watching NFL, you got the replay booth in New York. Steve's kind of that guy. He's been watching along the whole time, chiming in over the radio. I know he's not in New York, but, you know, NFL's got their replay booth. They're like officials in New York. Steve is kind of watching along from Indiana. Yeah. So backwoods Indiana. I don't know, how big is Muncie? Muncie's not very big. Yeah, Riggins could tell me for sure exactly how big Muncie is. And I told you the experience I had in Gary, Indiana. Yeah, I was not familiar with Gary, Indiana at all. I am now.
Gary's a name, not a town.
Well, I'm just saying. We may get back to that in a minute, but we'll see. Well, so here's where we're at. You see, what has happened is, instead of what had happened was, what is happening is, we got 20 cars left. We got a lot of money. And I think we're at that point where we're going to gather up those 20 drivers and see if they want to start maybe adjusting the pay table. So they might start talking split at this point in time. We're going to get them together and see if they want to. Now, the cool thing is this. And I know everybody out there that's in the chat bleachers is absolutely like, you got to carry the audio. We don't carry the audio. We don't talk. What happens in Fight Club stays at Fight Club. You don't talk about Fight Club. We'll let them talk through it. What will happen, as it always happens, is eventually it'll get out. Through whatever channel it gets out, somebody's going to, it'll go out there. It just won't be through this channel. People will find out. People will know. But at this point, it's going to be happening kind of back wherever Marco's gathering everybody together in the super secret clubhouse. They will have their discussion. Now, the cameras will be back there. You'll be able to see what is going on. You won't be able to hear what is going on, but that is what is going to be happening, at least for the time being. So while they are having their conversations and things like that, rather than just sitting up here and listening to me blabber for a while, we will, again, mute the live feed. We'll play a little bit of music here while they have the discussions that they need to have. And after they've had the discussions that need to be had, at that point, we'll go ahead and come back on and we'll get ready for what will be Mickey Thompson round number 6. All right, so the split decision has been made. The split discussion took place first. Now, what exactly was discussed down there, I don't know. I basically took up a spot on the rail and just kind of watched it all play out in front of my eyes, just the same as you all did on the Jegs and Mickey Thompson live feed. But we've got the audio back. We've got door cars rolling up under the arch. And we have got 20 drivers left as we are wasting no time bringing our first pair for round number 6 up into the water box. And as we are kind of swapping back and forth round by round, I'm going to turn the microphone back over to JJ, who's going to tell you what happens when 20 becomes 10, racing for $500,000.
Thank you, Nate. So here we go. Round number 6, the round of 20. David Olinger left side dialed 670 and Steve Helton right side dialed 619. 51 Hun head start goes to Olinger left side, basically exactly half a second. A 1 bulb head start goes to the Barracuda left side. $11,000 separate them. Helton's taking the long way around. Winlight Olinger 27, 1 above 4 gets the win. Helton 38 and 2 above does not get it done. David Olinger is the first to advance to the round of 10. Ken Sweo left side dialed 592 will take on Brian Martell. Martell was the MVP 5 years ago after the first Fall Fling 500. He's dialed 598 in that beautiful 67 Camaro. Six Hun head start goes to Martell right side. $18,000 separate them up front. Advantage to Martell. Winlight Martell. 2 take 13 to be 1 above 6. Sweo 20. 1 above 1. No good. Brian Martell to the round of 10. Seth Street left side. 634 is the dial. Will take on Billy Lieber right side. Lieber dialed 616. $18 Hun head start goes to Street left side. Chevy 2 in the right, S10 in the left. Couple of guys that do not suck at this. They're in quickly. 9,000 separate them up front. Advantage to Lieber. Win light Lieber. 12 take 2 to be 1 above 4. Street 21 dead 7 no good. Billy Lieber to the round of 10. James Holmes left side. 6 flat as the dial will take on Big Jed. Jared Pennington right side. 599 is the dial. Basically a heads-up race. One Hun head start goes to Holmes left side. Thou separate them up front. Advantage to Pennington. Win light Pennington. 10 take 5 to be one above 6. 26 total. Holmes 22 dead 9 comes up 5 thou short, and Big Jed is down to 10. Michael Carpenter left side. On the bye in the door cars, dialed 619. I'm trying, Timbo. I really am. I'm trying. Carpenter dialed 619 out of Florida, making his bye run before we get the dragsters rolling out. Double 03 for Carpenter. Dead 1, 4 total for Michael Carpenter on the bye. So that wraps up the door car side of the round of 20, round number 6. And the dragsters are firing them up and rolling forward. Jack Ostrowski left side, 452 is the dial, and Jackson Waters right side, dialed 502. Six thou separate them up front. Advantage to Ostrowski. Win light will go there as well. 13 take 20 to be dead 4. Waters 19 and locked out. Puts it 1 above 8. No good. Jack Ostrowski to round 7. Hunter Patton left side. Honey Wayne dialed 457. The first Fall Fling 500K winner when it was the 10th anniversary. And he's racing a guy he is very familiar with, Corey Gallitti right side. Gallitti dialed 447. Couple of young racers, again, very familiar with each other, that have won a lot, and I mean a lot. As advertised, 4 thou separate them. Win light to Patton. 5 take 10 to be dead 8. He's 13 total. Gallitti 009, 1 above 4 and no win light. Hunter Patton to round 7. Paul Mosley left side, dialed 474, and Cameron Manuel in the right. Big Cram dialed 446. 28 Hun head start goes to Mosley left side. Both drivers are red, but Mosley is less red. True start win goes to Mosley. 002 red, dead 4. Big Cram was big red and shuts it off early. Paul Mosley to round 7. Tanya Pruitt left side, 460 is the dial. Going to take on Lester Atkins in the right. Atkins giving up a 14 Hun head start with that 446 dial. One thou separate them, win light. Pruitt 40, dead 3 gets there 11 thou. Atkins 39, one above 5 and no win light. Tanya Pruitt to round 7. Corey Manuel now left side, dialed 478, and Brandon Lane in the right, dialed 451. .27 Hun head start goes to Manuel left side. Tree fires. 8 thou separate them up front. Win light will go to Lane. 19 dead 3 gets there 6 thou in front. Manuel is 27 dead 1 and no win light. Brandon Lane to round 7. And the bye car for the Dragster side in round number 6, Jake Clayton. Mr. Too Easy. Dialed 467, Will and Ron Lane's ride. Clayton taking his time, sits it in. 003. And he got on the jug down there. Puts it one above 9 still. 22 total for Clayton. 003, one above 9. That wraps us up for the round of 20. When we come back, there's going to be some cars left. And a lot more money left. So we're going to take a minute, let everybody get them cooled off and get them back ready. We will be coming at you shortly with very few cars left for 500 grand here at the 15th anniversary RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling 500K. Presented by OPTIMA Batteries at Bristol Dragway. It's getting down to the nitty-gritty. some Fall Fling 500K apparel for the 15th anniversary on store.bracketraces.com. There is apparel available. There's not a whole lot of it, so get it while you can.
Yeah.
But there is 15th anniversary Fall Fling 500K apparel available on store.bracketraces.com. So if you're in the chat bleachers wishing you could get some apparel, but you don't know anybody here that can bring you some, now you got an out. Store.bracketraces.com, and you can get yourself some 15th anniversary Fall Fling 500K merchandise.
Absolutely. We get a lot of folks that are always like, hey, why can't I get this stuff online? Why can't I get this stuff online? I couldn't make it to the race. Why can't I get it? Now you can. As JJ said, no excuses. You can get your Fall Fling apparel. Again, for the limited edition 15th anniversary. Hey, Corey Galitti, best losing package of the Mickey Thompson round number 6. Wins a certificate for a set of slicks from our friends at Mickey Thompson. So Corey Galitti gets that best losing package. Again, the apparel is going to be available on store.bracketraces.com. You want to get your t-shirt, you want to get your hat, you want to get your sweatshirt, all of that cool stuff, which you've seen people running around in who were able to make it to the event. You can get some of your own. Again, we're down to, we said 20 is 10, but it's actually 20 is 11 from what we are looking at. But yeah, I'm gonna kind of say to the chat bleachers, simmer down now. Simmer down. It is getting intense here on the racetrack. We don't need to get that intense in the chat bleachers. Remember that there are guys that are hanging out in the chat bleachers that have the blue wrench, and if you get out of line, they will throw the wrench at you. You know, and it's not like the movie Dodgeball. You can't dodge that wrench. You can't dodge that wrench. So simmer down, take a breath. We are going to let our drivers take a breath, and then we're going to be calling them back into the staging lanes for our drivers that remain, and we'll let them discuss what they want to do again as far as divvying up a whole pile of cash that's left out there as well. That's right. I like it. I like it. So we've got, again, we've got a $10,000 points chase that's being done by Fuel Factory. The folks at Function Enterprises have given us a $5,000 worth of a giveaway that we are going to be drawing 10 random tech cards. 10 random tech cards. And those 10 random tech cards are going to be assigned to an envelope with varying amounts of money, and it all adding up to $5,000. So the 10 random tech cards are going to be drawn, and then those folks are going to get some cash, get some money, thanks to our friends at Function. As a matter of fact, it's like right down here. Oh, we're doing it in front of the tower. That's what we're going to be doing. Ha! That's going to be cool. Hang on. We're going to have to head down there for just a moment. Pause. We're going to go down in front of the tower. Hold on.
I drew Bukaki. I had Bukaki. Never forget. Are you going to have a mic down here? Or? Oh, okay.
Okay. Ooh, that's loud out here. So Emily and I have made our way down here in front of the tower, and our friends at Function Enterprises, the Martells, have decided that we wanted to give away an extra $5,000 to just about anybody that was on property. If you turned in a tech card, and we've got the entire stack of tech cards out here that weighs about 32 pounds.
And poor Jaylene has had to enter everything.
And yes, Queen Jaylene has gone through each and every one of these and has entered them painstakingly by hand, in some cases twice. But we have got all of these tech cards. We are going to draw 10 cards out of this, and they are going to get lined up with one of these bags. There is $5,000 sitting in these bags in various amounts, and we are randomly going to pull a tech card, stick that tech card in one of these bags, and whether you've already gone home, whether you're still here on property, if you are still here on property, you can come down and collect your tech card and your bag as well. You will keep the tech card, but you can collect your bag. And if you want to open it live right here, if you get down here in time, we'll find out just exactly how much money you get. So, Emily, you've got a stack of tech cards. I don't know how easy it's going to be to hold a microphone and try to pull one of these out without having it look like a tornado hit the place. You go like that, and we'll just say stop. Okay, ready? First one's right there.
Okay. On the top or bottom?
We'll do this one right here because it's easier to get.
Okay.
So the first tech card that gets pulled out, Shannon Walker. Shannon Walker.
Is that Shannon T?
Shannon T.
Shannon T.
So Shannon T. Walker out of Greenville, Texas. Where do you want to start? You're just going to start at the end? All right, here. How about this so that they don't blow away just in case? I don't know if this will actually work or not, but we'll put Shannon right there. Next one. Stop there. The next tech card that gets pulled out, Buddy Dial. So Buddy Dial, you're going to get bag number 2. I feel like we should be having like game show music playing behind us right now. Just boom, boom, ba-dum, boom, boom, ba-dum, boom. That's a good one. This one, if I can get just the one tech card, Steve Law. So Steve Law, you are going to get bag number 3. Again, if you are on property and want to start making your way down here right now, we will happily give these to you while we're waiting to get cars back into the staging lanes. We'll stop right there. We'll get another one, card number 4. Hank Bramov. Hank, you have got a bag down here waiting for you. Again, with various amounts of money in it. Let's go for card number 5 right there. Uh-oh. Hank's bag just hit the ground. Tucker Cancelar. Tucker Cancelar. You have got a bag down here waiting for you. Tucker's already had a pretty good event. On Tuesday, things went well. We'll stop early on that one.
It's like the cyclone machine at the arcade.
I know. It is, and they're like sticking together. You've got better hands than I do. Danny Odom. Danny Odom. We'll go ahead and put yours right there. We've got 4 left to go.
All right.
Again, just random amounts of money. We'll stop this one early.
Stop it quick. Ready?
Yep.
You gotta get a
There we go. PJ Rains. PJ Rains, you have got a bag of cash down here in front of the tower. 3 to go. Stop there. Tommy Zimmerman. Tommy Zimmerman, you've got a bag of cash. 2 left. And the Function Enterprises giveaway. Go in right there. Greg Hicks. Greg Hicks is going to get some cash. If Greg isn't still here, I'll take it home to Vegas. It might not make it home to Vegas, but I'll take it home. All right.
Ready?
Last one. We'll stop there. Clayton Roberts. Clayton Roberts, you have got cash down here. So our 10, Clayton Roberts, Greg Hicks, Tommy Zimmerman, PJ Rains, Danny Odom, Tucker Cancelar, Hank Pramov, Steve Law, Buddy Dow, and Shannon T. Walker. If you guys are here, we'll give you a couple of minutes to come down. Otherwise, we've just got random cash. Thank you very much to the Martells for coming up with such a cool idea. Again, the mystery 5K giveaway. I like so much want to dig into these bags and just say exactly how much it is. But there is $5,000 combined out here. Again, if you are still on property, you can come up to the tower and claim your bag, claim your cash. If you are not still on property, we will get it shipped out to you. Make sure that you get what you have won. But very cool. Thank you so much to Function Enterprises, the Martells, who have been longtime partners with us here, raced with us for a long time. As a matter of fact, Martell, a former MVP from right here at this event 5 years ago. So for you that are watching online, this is one of those cool things that you get to do when you're part of the Flings. Again, remember, we had a very, very cool announcement. Emily, I know you were just as excited about it as Peter was. Had the announcement this morning about the fact that we're going to Norwalk, and that facility is just as fantastic as this one. It's going to be just as cool. Emily, do you want to say anything here before we sign off and get cars headed back to the lanes?
I'm just excited to get the 500K under our belt. We can't wait to crown a winner. One of these guys, or gal, Tanya Pruitt, is still in, so I'm rooting for the mom. We're going to crown a winner tonight, and they're going to win $500,000, and it's only the second time ever we've paid $500 grand, so we're really excited.
Yeah, 5 years ago for the 10th anniversary, it was $500 grand. 15th tonight, $500,000. We've got cars headed back into the staging lanes. Do we have one of our winners? Hank Pramov, come on up here, man.
Show him what he won.
Let's see what you've won. Which bag was you? You didn't realize there is a camera, man.
All right, Hank, show us what you won.
Is this a Hank can get past the fourth?
No, this is, 10 tech cards were randomly drawn. The Martells came together, put $5,000 in there. I don't know exactly how much is in the bag, but if you want to open it up and tell us how much you have just for having your tech card randomly drawn.
$50 apparel.
$50.
We're starting small.
All right.
Steve Law.
Steve Law's rolling up here. All right, so we're going to take the tech card, stack it back over here, but how about a $50 apparel certificate? That means that there's still big money out there.
There you go.
Big money. Steve, hey, if you are still in for the $500,000, we would like to get you into the staging lanes. All remaining drivers, your attention in the pits, please. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes.
Number 2.
Buddy Dow. All right, buddy. Let's see what you've won. This is really where we need game show music. Certificate is in the bag.
Apparel again.
Buddy gets a $50. Okay, so we've still got big money out there. There is $5,000. Steve Law. Your bag is right here, man.
Is that mine?
That is your bag.
All right.
Let's see what Greg Hicks is still here.
Here.
I was going to take it home for you, dude.
Good. I got
Yeah, you got this one covered. You think you can handle it?
What are my options?
What do we got here?
$50.
Another $50 apparel set. So the big money is still out there. Wow, our first 3 that show up. All right, Greg. Nope, Greg. We got to do it right now, man. The 3 that have drawn out so far have all been $50 certificates. It's got your name on it.
All right. I'm Danny Odom.
Danny Odom.
Yes.
Danny Odom is here. What'd you get? 500. 500. There we go. So it's starting to get a little bit bigger. Danny Odom is about to open his bag. Danny,
I don't think there's anything in
there is a green certificate below the paper.
I don't have
Ready?
Okay.
Danny, what you got in there? $500. So not bad. You're sitting around on a Saturday night, and boom, your name gets called. You got $500.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank the Martells.
Okay.
So you can redeem that at the Diva Desk. Again, since everybody's been kind of making their way down here, Clayton Roberts, Tommy Zimmerman, PJ Rains, Tucker Cancelar, or Shannon T. Walker. If you guys can show up here in the next couple of minutes, we'll see if we can open up some more.
What they won.
We'll tell them what they won. Okay.
We got Clayton Roberts.
All right, Clayton Roberts.
Please. Ready?
Clayton Roberts, your bag has $250. So Clayton Roberts' bag got $250.
All right.
Next, PJ Rains.
Ready?
PJ's bag.
See 4 digits.
PJ, how about $1,000? PJ Rains, you have got $1,000. Thanks to the folks at Function Enterprises. Tommy Zimmerman.
All right. Tommy, 500.
Tommy gets $500. So a $500 for Tommy Zimmerman, $1,000 for PJ Rains. The big one is still out there. What do we got? 2 bags left?
Yep.
Why do I feel like, what was that game show with the suitcases?
Which one? Oh, how to be a millionaire? No.
What was it?
Make a deal. Let's make a deal.
You want to make a deal? Make we can split.
All right.
Be like, are we willing to split?
Right.
Tucker.
Ready?
Tucker.
Oh, 250.
$250. That means the big one is here. That is Shannon T. Walker. Shannon, the big money amount. How about $2,000? So $2,000 going to Shannon Walker. There we go, $5,000. Thank you so much again to the Martells. Appreciate the folks at Function Enterprises being down here and getting this done. We should have all of our drivers back in the staging lanes at this time. We are down to just a handful left, and there is still a lot of money out on the line. For those of you that are watching online, we thank you for being with us. Remember to hit the like button. You got to do that. But they are going to go back and talk money right now. We just gave away a whole bunch of money. We'll clean this up here. We'll let him get back there, the camera guy. Here, you know what? No. Come here. You got it. No, come here. You need some credit here. Come on, turn that around. This is Nate Cam time. I'm stealing the camera. Let go. I won't walk away from you because you're all connected, but this is the guy who's been handling the handy cam. He's the one that gets the love. He's the one that's taking you back behind the scenes. So we'll let you get back there and get that done, and we will clean up here up front.
I like being behind the camera. Oh, no joke. He was trying to put the camera on me, so I was running away.
All right, so really cool to be down there in front of the tower and give away $5,000 to 10 random racers as we drew tech cards out for each of them. And they came up and found out that there was different amounts of money in the bag. Speaking of, I mean, it's one thing like PJ to get like $2 grand, right? You get a little bag with $2 grand. It's another thing to be rolling in here for round number 7 to have 5 cars left on the door car side and knowing that there is over $500,000 in the pot. And when I say over $500,000, you know, you take the round money, add all that together, and the drivers have been back there discussing how they are going to divvy up over $500,000. It is almost 11 o'clock here on a Saturday night on the mountain. Bristol Dragway, home to the 15th anniversary RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling 500K presented by Optima Batteries. We're rolling into round number 7 and the door cars have been paired up and ready to go. Michael Carpenter rolling up in the Vega wagon. He's taking over the right side of the racetrack this time. 619 coming up out of St. Petersburg, Florida. Going against one of the locals, David Ollinger. Racing with that mentality of this is my house. This is where I race on a regular basis, and I now have an opportunity to race and go one round deeper for $500,000. He's getting the head start with that 670 dial left side of the scoreboard. We're locked in, we're set, tree drops, and away we go. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to Michael Carpenter. Scoreboard lights up for the man out of St. Petersburg, Florida. 25 on the tree and 1 above the dial. Gets him to the finish line first by 12 thousandths of a second. Carpenter was 25. David Ollinger had an 0.42 reaction time, ends up 1 above, and his chase for $500,000 comes to a close as Billy Lieber and Big Jed. Jarrett lining up with a 599 dial, finds himself in the left lane this time. The slow Nova trying to get the job done against the butternut right on the right side. Big Jed lights up the board one more time and moves 1 round deeper towards $500,000. Jed 19 on the tree. Billy Lieber was double that with an 0.38 reaction time. Lieber's 3 above, goes 620 on a 617. Jarrett Pennington 3 above, 602 on a 599, and Big Jed takes Big Red into the next go round as Brian Martell will take the solo shot. Martell rolls up in his Camaro. The folks at Function Enterprises. 597 is the dial up on the board. He gets to play match game running all by himself. On a 597, he's going to go 597. 597.8. After an 010 red light, Martell moves into the next round. And yes, the answer to that, Troy Abercrombie. I believe he did. I believe he did. Big Jed channeling his inner Kyle Seipel on that last run, doing what he needed to do to light up a scoreboard. But we have whittled our field of door cars in half again. And the next time we come back, it'll be on a ladder. The Dragsters have come to life. And with 3 surviving on the door car side, only half of the Dragsters can advance. One more time. Moser Engineering, $500,000 Saturday, round number 7. Door cars have done their thing. Dragsters are going to do their thing. Paul Mosley and Jack Ostrowski. First 2 of the long cars to pull out from under the tower. Here in Bristol, Tennessee, as Paul Mosley's dialed in with a 474. Jack Ostrowski is dialed in with a 452. And it is getting down to the nitty-gritty. Heard somebody say a couple of rounds ago that the intensity is building. Trust me, the intensity is here in full force. You think about a week that started with a hurricane floating over top of this facility is now going to end in a whirlwind, at least for the 500K. We've still got a $100,000 race to finish up tomorrow. But tonight will end up as a whirlwind. Somebody is going to be the beneficiary of a windfall of cash. 3 thou separate Jack Ostrowski and Paul Mosley as they make their way down to the finish line, and Ostrowski is going another round. 009 dead 7 ends up 16 thou total. Getting there second, Paul Mosley had a 12 thou reaction time, had 4 thou to work with, took 5 thou at the stripe to break out by 1,000th of a second. So Jack Ostrowski punches his ticket into the ladder round. As Jake Clayton and Tanya Pruitt will attempt to do the same thing. Pruitt, 460 the dial over on the right side. 469 the dial for Jake Clayton out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. So Tennessee versus Georgia to claim one of the coveted spots. 10 thou separate them in reaction time. Advantage Jake, win like Jake. Clayton 26 on the tree and 11 thousandths of a second above the dial. Again, get there second to light up the scoreboard and win. Tanya Pruitt was 36 green, takes 9 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Win light to Jake Clayton. Hunter Patton. Last time we were out here racing for $500,000, he figured out how to get it done. He's got Brandon Lane over on the opposite side of the racetrack. Hunter dialed in 457. Brandon dialed in 600ths of a second quicker than that with a 451. Brandon going to be the first one to find the pre-stage bulbs. As that white dragster with the blue accents rolls up on the super grip side of the racetrack. Hunter Patton. One blip. Now staged. 7 thou the difference in reaction time. Throttle work down at the big end, and Brandon Lane will stop the charge of Hunter Patton towards a second 500K win. Brandon 13 green goes 452 on a 451. Again, get there second to light up the scoreboard. Hunter Patton was 006, takes 20 thou at the stripe and breaks out 3 thousandths of a second. So our 6 drivers that are coming back have been decided. Now they're going to put together the ladder. As soon as we have it, we will let you know of the racers that are coming back, who will get whom to try and race their way into a semifinal round. It shouldn't take too long. As soon as we get that ladder, we'll let you know, but it is... I just think that, you know, that whole deal of a week, I mean, 2 days ago, yesterday morning, actually, we literally had a hurricane blow over the racetrack. And less than 36 hours later, we are here just a couple of rounds away from handing out $500,000. Again. So it looks like the ladder has been generated, is being reviewed. And is being delivered. Thank you so much, Jaylene. Queen Jaylene doing her thing on the back clocks. And here we go. The pairings are going to look like this when we come back with 6. Jack Ostrowski with lane choice over Brian Martell. Lane with lane choice over Clayton, and Pennington with lane choice over Carpenter. Those are the 6 that remain. Again, Ostrowski with lane choice over Martell, Lane with lane choice over Clayton, and Pennington with lane choice over Carpenter. The time draws near. We're going to give our drivers a little bit of a chance to get back, catch their breath, cool them, fuel them, and we'll be calling them back into the staging lanes here in just a little bit. With that, we'll go quiet up here for a moment, and we'll get after it again with just 6 remaining on a Moser Engineering $500,000 to win Saturday. All part of the RAD Torque Systems 15th Anniversary Fall Fling 500K, presented by OPTIMA Batteries. Back into the staging lanes, please. The 6 that remain. Again, remember, it is Ostrowski with lane choice over Martell. Lane with lane choice over Clayton. Pennington with lane choice over Carpenter. If you are still in, the 6 that are left, we'll invite you into the staging lanes now, please. Come on down. So down to the round of 6. The ladder looks like this. We are even between dragsters and door cars. You got Jack Ostrowski with lane choice over Brian Martell. Brandon Lane with lane choice over Jake Clayton. And Big Jed Pennington with lane choice over Michael Carpenter. Kind of looking at the 6 that remain. We are going to crown a brand new Fling champion, regardless of who is the last one to light up a scoreboard. Of the 6 that are left in, none of them have been able to find their way into the winner's circle yet. Martell has picked up an MVP 5 years ago when we were running the Fall Fling 500K. But of the drivers that are left, none of them have wrapped their hands around a trophy at the Fling yet. 3 door cars, 3 dragsters, and 3 of the drivers have already had a bye. So if you are keeping score at home, Martell has already had a bye, Clayton has already had a bye, and Carpenter has already had a bye. And with our door cars and dragsters all combined at this point in time, our 6 remaining competitors make their way up under and out from under the tower here at Bristol. It is quarterfinal time. And here to call the quarterfinals is JJ.
Thank you, Nate. Here we go. 6 cars remain for $500,000. First matchup, door car dragster matchup. Left side, Jack Ostrowski, dialed 452. Right side, Brian Martell. Martell, dialed 598. As Nate alluded to earlier, no former winners remain at 6 cars. Main event winners. Martell is an MVP winner. But other than that, no main event winners remain with 6 cars left. Ostrowski out of Pennsylvania. Martell out of Virginia. The door car in the right, the dragster in the left. Just under a 1.5 second head start. Goes right side to the beautiful Camaro of Martell. Foul, separate them up front. Win, light goes to Ostrowski. 27, dead one gets there to Hun. Martell, 24 and 1 above, no good. Jack Ostrowski to the semis. Michael Carpenter left side, St. Petersburg, Florida, dialed 619, will take on Big Jed. Jared Pennington right side out of Fultondale, Alabama, dialed 6 flat, a 1900s. Head start to the wagon left side of Carpenter. One door car guaranteed to the semis. Who will it be? One foul, separate them up front. Win, light goes to Carpenter. 24, dead one gets there, 2 foul. Pennington, 23, dead 4, comes up 2 foul short. And Michael Carpenter to the semis. Jake Clayton left-hand side, 468 is the dial. Will take on Brandon Lane in the right. Lane dialed 451. 1 thou red for Lane Clayton is 31. Dead 5, 36 total, and Jake Clayton will be the last to advance to the semis. And Jack Ostrowski will be on the bye to the finals, as Carpenter and Clayton have already had theirs. Ostrowski will be on the bye to the finals for 500 grand.
So it is down to 3. Couple of dragsters and a door car that will be making their way back into the staging lanes once they get an opportunity to cool them, fuel them, and come back with 2 rounds left to go before we crown a $500,000 winner here at Bristol on a cool, crisp Sunday night, or Saturday night, almost Sunday morning. It will be Sunday morning based on kind of what we're looking at. 20 minutes to go before the clock strikes midnight. And our $500,000 winner will be crowned in the wee hours of Sunday morning. We'll let them get them back. We'll let them get cooled. We'll let them get fueled. We'll let them refocus, bring them back up in the lanes when we are ready. Again, looking at it with Jake Clayton already having a bye, Carpenter already having a bye, Ostrowski has not. That means Jack's going to be rolling back on the solo. our 3 semifinalists to make their way back into the staging lanes, please. 3 semifinalists. Let's get you back into the staging lane, please. It's going to be Carpenter with lane choice over Clayton and Ostrowski on the bye. So again, Carpenter, lane choice over Clayton. Jack Ostrowski, you have the bye run. So we'll get our 3 back into the staging lanes. If there are any further discussions to be had, we will let them have them. But once they get back there, we'll get 3 down the racetrack and we'll find out whether it will be Carpenter or Clayton coming back to take on Ostrowski in the final round of the Moser Engineering $500,000 to win Saturday night. All right, so here we go. Jack Ostrowski sits back here and is going to watch as Michael Carpenter and Jake Clayton essentially beat up on each other for the opportunity to come back and race him. Ostrowski probably feeling like got that little VIP vibe going right now, knowing that there is nothing more in the world that Jake Clayton or Michael Carpenter would want more at this point than to come back and race him. Ostrowski is going to get the free ride into the final round, but for Jake Clayton and Michael Carpenter, there's work to be done. And given the fact that we started the day with 419 cars in the field for the Moser Engineering $500,000 and only 3 remain, these two have done a good portion of the work so far. It's safe to say that the hard road is still ahead. Jake Clayton left side dialed in at 468. Michael Carpenter dialed in at 619. Are we going to have a door car dragster final, or will the dragsters rule the day here at Bristol? Tree drops, green lights a pair, 4th thou. The difference in reaction time, and the scoreboard lights up for Jake Clayton. By 0.06 of a second, Jake Clayton sneaks by at the finish line and gets himself a win light to push him into the final. Jake was 25 on the tree. Michael Carpenter had an 0.21 reaction time. So Carpenter slightly better at this end of the racetrack, but runs 1 above. Jake Clayton goes dead 2, and 68/10,000ths of a second will send Jake Clayton into an all dragster final here at the RAD Torque Systems 15th anniversary Fall Fling 500K presented by Optima Batteries. So Clayton runs dead on the dial. Jack Ostrowski now gets an opportunity to make a solo shot. 452 is the number that he put up on the scoreboard for the racer out of Pennsylvania. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Clicks it off early, goes 466 on a 452 after the 026 reaction time. So our final is now set. Just 2. And like Highlander, there can be only 1. That's it. Just 1. So Jake Clayton, Jack Ostrowski will head back into the staging lanes, or head back into the pits one more time to fuel them and fuel them before they bring it into the lanes. So since we do have a little bit of time before we start calling our cars back for the final round, I am at that point, at least just for me, where it's kind of, you know, bittersweet. Because for me, after we won that final round, unfortunately, my Fall Fling 15 anniversary is going to come to a close. My experience here will be over. I got to catch a flight in the morning, go back to real life. I am absolutely looking forward to get back and see the family, see the kids, all that kind of stuff. I was, you know, in the words of Jed, blessed enough to be able to come out here with my wife, have her experience her first road trip race, and do some things like that. But tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., the flight leaves, and we got to be on it because I got to get back to the JOB. But for everybody out there in the chat bleachers, thank you again for another spectacular experience. Thanks to the live feed. Thanks, Warren and the team, for pushing this live all over the world. Thank you, Jed and JJ. It has been phenomenal to once again be able to sit down in a booth with you guys and have you accept me as one of your own, even though I am severely underqualified to be sitting in the same room with you two. But I appreciate that, man. It's always fun. Jenny Moe taking care of me, bringing in Bowberry biscuits. making me feel like I gotta catch a plane in the morning. I'm leaving on a jet plane. I sure hope I'll be back again. But that's what's going to happen. So we've had some pretty cool, exciting announcements. Again, I just think it's, I don't know if ironic is the word. It's really not the word I'm looking for. Almost befitting that, less than 48 hours ago, we had a hurricane sitting over top of this drag strip, and now we're down to 2 left to see who gets to go home with $500,000. Big Jed, I will say this. It was a whole lot of fun to watch you race that car here today. And I don't know if it was more fun watching you run or if it was more fun watching JJ call your laps. Watching him get excited for you, watching his professionalism as he subdued that desire to just scream and yell on the mic. JJ, you've come a long way. And all I'm saying is you are going to be big. Probably bigger than your dad when it comes down to the... No, I ain't talking about that. I ain't talking about that. What I'm talking about is, everybody says, and well-deservedly so, Jed being the GOAT in the world of bracket racing. As far as being up here on the mic, you will surpass him. You keep doing what you're doing, and you will surpass him because there's a lot of people out there that already love you. A lot of people already know what your talent is and where your talent lies. And, man, you're just as good on the racetrack as you are on a microphone. And you are going to be a lot of fun to watch. But that's it for me. We'll call the finals. We'll get things done here tonight. Tomorrow morning, unfortunately, I won't be able to come back because I got to grab bags and check out. So thank you again, everybody. Appreciate being out here. Appreciate part of it. And I certainly look forward to next year. We've got, of course, the Vegas race coming up in April. Hopefully I can maybe get out to Galat. I am looking forward to Norwalk. I'm going to try to pencil that in on my calendar and then be back here for this one if they'll have me. I hope they will.
I bet they will.
I hope so. I hope so. It'd be a lot of fun. But for all of the racers that are here, thank you for letting me watch you do your thing because I'm just in awe. Just in awe of some of the laps that we watched take place. And for everybody, again, in the live stream, thank you for being part of my experience. I appreciate it. I will leave it at that. We should be pretty close to calling our finals back into the staging lanes. And I don't know. I don't know if it'll be Jed, if it'll be JJ, or if it'll be me calling the final lap, but we'll figure it out here in a little bit. Well, final round time. Let's get Jack. Let's get Jake. Let's get them both to the staging lanes. Bring up them dragsters, and let's decide who gets to go home with the trophy, the jacket, the hat, the check, and a big pile of cigars. We got celebratory moments that are upcoming, and I was going to say, Bob, I appreciate the heads up that it's going to be 105 at home tomorrow. You know, I'm not going to miss the rain that we went through, but I am going to miss the beautiful temperatures that came afterwards. That's for sure. That's for sure. We got final rounds making their way into the staging lanes. 2 drivers are left. We know that there's been some split. We know that some money has made its way out of the coffers already, but there is still a very significant amount of money left for Jake and Jack to figure out who's going to get what. We're going to get things set up in front of the tower. We're going to take trophies down, and I can't even tell you how good it feels to actually say, hey, let's bring the finals to the lanes here. Tomorrow they're going to do the same for $100,000. Again, it's going to be that combined ATI and JEGS $100,000 what'll become a Sunday. They started it on Friday, got through round number 1 in a buyback round. They'll kick things off tomorrow morning with round number 2. But between everything that's been given away, and they're going to determine a points champion as far as things are concerned for tomorrow. I think it'd be interesting. I don't know if Jack and Jake are both still in the 100K. We'll find out. We'll find out. But that points chase, thanks to the folks at Fuel Factory, $10,000 worth of, like what, 1st through 5th place? As far as points finishers are concerned, we're going to have a nice little bonus going out to them as well. Bob Thomas, we don't talk about Fight Club. Whatever happens in the split stays in the split. Eventually, I'm sure that through whatever channel it is, whether somebody puts it up on Facebook, whether somebody sends it out through carrier pigeon, I don't know what they do. Morse code, they're back there clicking away in the staging lanes. Beep, 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 beep. Somebody figures out that, oh, so-and-so walked away with this much money. All I can tell you is that for those that were in the split, when Jed was back there, he was live and in person. 20 drivers got together and decided that, what was the overall when you went into the split? It was $500,000 to win, but then when you added up all of the round money, Pete walked back there and he said, we've got this much to play with, kids.
Nate, it's all still a little bit of a blur to me, but I think it was $584,000, if I remember correctly. And as one of the 20 that were in the discussion, if I can just be completely honest with you, I told him I didn't care, do whatever you want to do. If 19 people agreed, I sure wasn't going to be the one that didn't agree. So
you weren't the one off to the side going,
I didn't even know
nope.
what it paid to win. I had no idea. Pete just told me that a little bit ago. So just really was blessed to be there and happy to be there and excited and didn't want to think about money. You know, obviously we're here for the money as the purse is huge, but didn't want to think about that. Just wanted to win the race and wasn't good enough to do it.
I mean, I just did the quick math. You said $580,000. Even if at that point everybody decided to split it evenly, you're still talking just under $30,000 a person.
Yeah.
If they were to say divide it up 20 ways, but obviously they didn't. But 30 grand is a pretty darn good day at the racetrack.
Well, I actually got out of the car and told them let's just split it 20 ways and go to the house. But they didn't go for it. I think we had a couple of takers, but
they didn't go with your original idea.
Didn't go with it. But
okay.
You know, when it's all said and done, the stage is one that I've been a part of so many times as a staff member, never really getting there as a racer. It's first big split for me, and I see the addiction, man. It's what a cool moment. The Fall Fling 500K built a stage for us to be on that is really like no other, and it was an incredible feeling. It didn't feel so good when Michael Carpenter's wind light come on in the other lane, but up until then, it was a really good time, Nate.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about this now. You've had a moment to digest it. You've had some time to think about it. You pulled a move that you yourself said was banned in 32 states. You dropped a wreck and go.
Yes,
you
I
were
did.
channeling Kyle Seipel, and you dropped a wreck and go.
I did.
What
and
made
I'm-
you decide to reach that deep into the playbook at that moment in your life?
Well, it's really embarrassing. I couldn't really see the groove very well over in the left lane, and I thought I went right behind the car in front of me and was lined up good. And I think that I might have had the right tire just a hair over to the right too far, and the left one bit. When I left, it just went dead right. And I was, too dumb to let out. The whole way down, I'm over in the marbles, and I'm telling myself, you got to let out, but I was catching him. And I felt like maybe I could hold on to it, and I did. I actually stopped Billy when we got off the racetrack, and I went over to him, and I apologized. I said, Billy, I am so sorry. He said, sorry for what? I said, dude, I was trying to run over you out there. I got over to the right, and he said, no, I didn't even see any of that. He said, you didn't do nothing. It's all good. So the wreck and go worked, but he didn't see it. He didn't react to it, thank goodness. So
He
just
didn't
a
fall
bad
for the
deal.
trick play.
Really bad decision on my part, if I can be perfectly honest with you. But, in the moment, it's just so exciting, and I let that overtake my better judgment.
It's funny that you used the term bad decision, because a little while ago, sitting up here, I told you I had a ball sitting here with JJ, watching him have his, proud son moments, right? That's my old man. That's my dad. That's the guy that I've learned all of my life skills from, and I am watching him now go round after round in a sport that is obviously the nearest and dearest to his heart.
Yes.
And he says to me, right now, he goes, my heart is pounding out of my chest, right? I mean, he was kind of bearing it all. Like, this is what I'm feeling right now. And I looked at him and I said, you know what most of us do in situations like that? He said, what's that? I said, we make bad decisions. And for
call.
you, rolling up there, right? Heart pounding out of your chest.
Very good
Made
call.
a bad decision.
I did make a bad decision, but obviously it's really cool having you and JJ up here calling the laps. And the coolest thing is, I don't know, a week or two ago, JJ said, "Hey, I picked you in that Calcutta. It cost $100 per ticket." And I said, "Bud, I don't know whose Calcutta it is, but that was a big waste of $100. Wish you hadn't have done that." And it netted him $1,780 tonight. He won it. So,
Hey, JJ.
that's pretty darn cool.
JJ, don't forget to tip your bartenders and those who have been helping you throughout the night. If you got a nice little payout like that. Hey, we do have a couple of items of business. Tomorrow's $100,000 schedule. ATI Jegs $100,000 Sunday. Again, 7:45 a.m. They're going to have a Racers for Christ church service. Going to be under the tent right there next to the staging lane, 7:45 a.m. So make sure that you come down and join in. Thank the good Lord for Him blessing us with fantastic weather over the last couple of days, day and a half, so that we could get this done. 8:15 a.m., the Fall Fling Reaction Time Challenge. And then at 8:30 a.m., we will resume the ATI and Jegs $100,000 Sunday. Along with that, the 25 drivers that were selected. We'll see if we can get through these before they fire them up, and I'm going to have to get on the Peter cheaters, the cheater readers. Ken Sweo, Joe Peters, Tony Morris, Mike Larkin, Gordon Boven, Bill Conley, Van Greer, Paige Brown, Ryan Sparks, Sean B., Delaney Bishop, Jamal Woodridge, Terrell Sinkler, Alexis Whitaker, Frank Falter III, Cooper Chun, Scotty Bodmer, Jessica Biddle, Billy Ray Varner, Steve Law, Elizabeth Sammons, Mitch McKinney, and Alexis Whitaker. I think they may need to go back and double check that because you got Demal on there twice, Alexis on there twice. We'll double check that with them. But we got those drivers who have been selected. Again, tomorrow morning, 7:45 a.m. church, 8:15 reaction time challenge, 8:30. We're making our way onto the racetrack. Big Jed, it's final round time.
It is that, Nate. What a cool moment. And I didn't really get to say it, but I'll say it real quick before we get down to the nitty-gritty of this thing. So many people with outpouring of love and just encouragement, and I just can't thank everybody enough. My amazing wife, Jenny Moe, had got the car ready every round, set the tires, fueled it up. I didn't have to do anything but drive and didn't do that very well, but I did it well enough to get close. But just blessed to have so many people pulling for me and trying to help me. I can't thank you all enough.
$500,000. We've raced for that once before in this very spot, probably at about this same time of night. 468 is up on the scoreboard for Jay Clayton. Racing in his home state of Tennessee, Chattanooga home for the Dragster. On the left side, Jack Ostrowski. Racing out of Pennsylvania, 452. Final pair of the night, $500,000 is on the line, worth of Moser Engineering money. And advantage to Jack Ostrowski, and it's going to be Jack. 007, 2 above, gets there first by 3 thousandths of a second. Jake Clayton ends up dead on 1, but had an 0:31 reaction time as his final lap of the night. Clayton 31 dead 1, comes up just shy, 4 thou short at the finish line. Ostrowski was 007 and 454 on the 452. Congratulations to the racer out of Pennsylvania, who will be making his way back down the return road as the second person to win $500,000 in the history of the Flings. Jed, what we say, the rough start, but finished strong, and that was pretty strong.
They always say, Pete says it the most, it ain't how you start, it's how you finish. And Jack Ostrowski finished 7, take 3 in the final for $500K. Incredible lap for Jack Ostrowski, something that he will be proud of for the rest of his time here on earth. Jake Clayton should be very proud of himself, making the final rounds. Incredible feat. Dead 1, missed it a little there in the final, didn't get away with it. Jack Ostrowski just took charge of the race, Nate. Really, really cool run to watch him get it done. Jack's a good guy, so this is going to be a great celebration in the winner's circle. But before we wrap this thing up, I want to say an absolute pleasure once again working with you. You are an incredible teammate on the mic and certainly away from the mic. Just you're professional in every way, and you make the event better just by being here and doing what you do. And I love you, brother, and I hope you and Alicia have a safe trip home and get back to Carter and get back to some normalcy and enjoy normal life back in Las Vegas.
Well, I appreciate you, Jed. That means a lot coming from you, man. And as I said, you and JJ, you guys just make it fun. You make it, feel welcome to be here. And we've got our winners headed back down the return road. And at this point, I think you might as well go down there and I'll hand out the cigars. I'll be your wingman. What is it? I'll be your goose to your maverick. Let's go down there and have a little party.
Nice job. Good drive.
Get over here, Jack.
This is what I worked with. This is all I wanted.
Congratulations.
Look at that shit, bro. Oh, who would have thought, huh? Some cold cracker from PA. Let's see if we can knock it down. Where's Ralston? He didn't leave, did he?
No, he's here. He was
Where's
here.
Ralston?
He's hiding.
What I tell you? What I tell you? Thanks, man. Thanks, Rob. All you motherfuckers, where the fuck is Ralston?
He's here. I'm afraid to come out.
Where your Byron? Come out and kiss you in the cargo. Great job. It's your day. Where's Robbie at? Oh, he didn't show. One or two. Unbelievable. Everyone. Unbelievable. This truly is better than $1 million on a scratch off, honestly. It is. This is amazing. We're going to go in front of the tower, Jack.
No, not there.
I don't want to touch it.
Put it on the roll cage.
Why are you carrying it? All these guys here. Well, you could do both. I know you could do both. Sammy, give me a price. That's good. 3 minutes circle. What time is it? He said thanks for the alternate.
With her both gambling buddies, both of them degenerates. I'm surprised you weren't at the bleachers.
presentable for once.
We are here in the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling 500K presented by Optima Batteries winner's circle with the man of the hour, today's 500K champion, Jack Ostrowski. Jack, 419 of the best racers in the world competed in round number 1. The last round had you standing as the winning racer of the 500K. Can you even describe how it feels?
No, no, unbelievable. It didn't sink in yet, and I'm like blown away. I'm blown away. I'm
Incredible 7 take 3 in the final.
That was what it was?
Great driving. Yeah, it was 7 take 3. Nasty lap.
see.
2 above.
It's too dark. I
Just
couldn't see the ticket.
obviously didn't let the moment get to you, and you laid down a killer lap right there.
It's I tell you what, the car has been, Barb, that car is awesome. That thing has been printing all day long. Been laying on a 52, and then there I was like, well, I can get rid of enough, but I'm thinking he's going to spray and go back around me. I'm like, nah, I get rid of enough. We'll get it done. So, but the car is just amazing, amazing. He's won with it numerous flings and whatnot, and I broke the Pro Charger warming it up this morning, and he says, listen, just hop in this thing. And I'm like, I don't know, and Dylan's like, no, you're driving this. Like, this is the real deal. So, unbelievable car. I've guys that know me, I've never had nothing, like this. This is like the Taj Mahal of driving, so it's just unbelievable. So makes me wonder, like, I actually might be a pretty good driver, like with a decent car. So.
Well, based on what I'm seeing here, you're a very good driver, Jack. Obviously, you broke your hot rod. You get in this car kind of last minute to run the race. That change anything, mental setup, or did you just, business as usual?
I don't think I'm smart enough to tell if it's a difference or not. Just, you let go of a button, the light comes on. It's pretty simple, right? So I keep telling, Ron Klein, I've told a lot of guys that, but it is, the less you think about it, because me, I'll have an anxiety attack. I'll be over there smoking a carton of cigarettes and nipping something, taking a drink, but no, it's you shut it off. I shut it off. So.
Well, you obviously did it very, very well.
Thank you.
When we got down here and there were 20 of us remaining and we're all standing up there talking about what we're talking about, did you really care about any of that at that point, or were you just ready to keep getting it on?
I said to Timmy and Barb, I was like, this car is so phenomenal. He's won so much with it. I'm like, these are just huge shoes to fill. And I'm like, I just don't want to make an ass out of myself. So, and I hope I passed. So
Mission accomplished, Jack.
But, I tell you what, I would like to dedicate the wins to last 3 weeks ago. We were here on my ride home. My buddy John Barnikowski didn't make it. He died, and I just want to, this is for Phyllis and the kids and John and. The past couple wins I had this year, which I've been on fire, I didn't really thank many people, and I want to thank John Bart and Tommy Smith, and this one's for Lenny Booker and a lot of friends, a lot of guys we lost this year. They were great friends, and as far as thanking them, my wife. Timmy, and mostly Barb, it's her car, but the Domino family, Pete, Emily, outside of here, we're friends. Vinny and Taylor, congratulations, because we're going to a wedding one next week. So I think everybody's invited, by the way. So
Bill's on you.
Yeah, why not? Domino wedding? No, we'll piss through that quick. So, but I don't know. Honey, you want to say something? Yeah.
Well.
Thank Domino's. Seagulls that were breaking my balls saying, listen, they've been in finals, and they're like, dude, you got to close this for the media. And I'm like, you're relying on the wrong person here, but I don't know.
Turns out it was the right person. What a great way to honor your friends and the memory of them. And I know they're all looking down on you, smiling as much as they can be. You are the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling 500K presented by Optima Batteries champion. Jack, enjoy this victory. They don't come around often.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Jack Ostrowski, everybody, your 500K champion.